Hello everyone, and welcome back. We're back with more of Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Last time we found out Soseki once again got caught up in a murder charge, this being a flashback case, so it's literally one day after the last time we found him not guilty. So yeah. Let's see. Well, actually, it ended up not being a murder case because the guy ended up regaining consciousness, but Soseki is still being charged with poisoning him. So let's see what goes on with. Let's see what we can do about that. And we are starting on the trial, which I don't think we really have much evidence yet. Let me check my court record real quick. I feel like we don't have much evidence in the court record yet. So let me check that real quick. Yeah, see, we got the bar. We have this, which is what helped us during the case, but the only things new we got were the bar of soap, which I'm not sure how that's relevant yet, the pair of teacups, and a torn off end of an envelope. So, yeah, we don't really have much to help us here. Anyway, the 22nd of February, 9:23 a.m., the Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. The Old Bailey. This place always makes me feel strange. I seem to get chills down my spine and break out in a nervous sweat all at the same time. Well, I didn't think I'd be back here so soon. Yeah, one day later. No kidding, or 2 days, I guess. That's my line! Oh. Good morning! Good morning, Mr. Natsume. It was only 2 days ago that I was declared not guilty here. Yes, so he somehow managed to prove he didn't stab Miss Green in the back. Just a moment. Alright. But now this! Another morning, another murder! And here I am again in this hellhole! Can't keep coming to court! I begin to think he's right. It really does seem as though he's cursed. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid I have bad news! Oh! Mr. Natsume, good morning. Yes, morning. So, here we are again. Yes, again. Yep, this couldn't be more awkward. Judicial Assistant Miss Mikotoba Esquires, what's the bad news? Oh dear, you heard, did you? If you come and shout into the top of your voice, people can't help hearing what you say! Oh, I am sorry. You've done nothing wrong, Mrs. Otto. Now, what is it? Well, it seems that the prosecution in today's trial, oh no, will be led by Lord Barak von Zieks. Yep. Von Zieks? Oh no, oh no, no! The so-called Reaper of the Bailey, the most legendary prosecutor in the land. In the trial 2 days ago, he pursued Soseki-san and I relentlessly. Of course, by the skin of our teeth. We managed to pull through, but still. Perhaps Mr. Natsume's acquittal in the last trial was the end of the matter. After all. Yes, I know what you're thinking. The legend of the Reaper that says, nothing can save a person in the dock when Lord Von Zieks is the prosecutor. Oh no! That even if that person is found not guilty, the accused will meet a mysterious end one way or another. And we've experienced it firsthand. A man we successfully defended met the most terrifying end after his acquittal, right here in the Old Bailey. Yeah. Oh, do I have to put up with those ice-cold eyes bored into my soul again? Cursed by evil spirits and now by the Reaper! Pair of petrifying perils, potentially! Well, if it's potentially, at least you appear to have hope, Mr. Natsume. Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes? I'm innocent! You have to believe me! You more than anyone now. Don't worry. I'll be your steadfast ally every step of the way in this battle. I promise. And this promises to be a hard battle, I fear. Well, the trial is scheduled to begin shortly. We should move into the courtroom. Let's go. Oh yes, I forgot to say. I'm afraid he won't be able to make it. Mr. Sholmes, I mean. That's probably for the best. Oh! If he were here, I might be tempted to rely on his help. And that could be seen as a weakness. If Lord Von Zieks were to notice, he'd prey on it mercilessly. At least, that's my gut feeling. Mr. Naruhodo. You're right. Yes, you're so right. Oh, well said, Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Well said. I swear on this sword at my side and on the spirit of Kazuma that it harbors. I'll show him what a Japanese lawyer can do. I'll set you free, with honor. Oh, yes! 22nd of February, 9:40 a.m. The Old Bailey Courtroom. Sorry. Oh boy. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, my lord. Readiness for the trial, my very Japanese friend, is not what the defense needs. What you need is readiness for your inevitable defeat. It's not just in my imagination, it's really there. Lord Von Zieks has such an animosity towards us Japanese for some reason. It was some time ago now that he first became known as the Reaper of the Bailey, I believe. These past few years, he hasn't appeared in court at all. Yet now he's back in the courtroom, though for some reason, only when I'm defending. This Reaper, with his curious disdain for us Japanese, is a prosecutor shrouded in mystery. Still, this isn't the time to be pondering that. I have to concentrate on Soseki-san's trial. Furthermore, I now call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to fulfill your duty? Absolutely! I had a feeling this larrikin wasn't innocent before. Oh my gosh. Shouldn't we have a new jury that's maybe a little less biased? I must say that I feel especially ruthless on days when my heart refuses to sit right. Oh, Why, well, I rather like how you're wearing your hat. I think the ruthless look is very fetching, actually. I need to be somewhere at 10 o'clock. I have a very important meeting. Let's make this quick. I couldn't agree more. I need to take home 5 bob tonight, or the missus will go through the roof. Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here, and lead his flock to a righteous verdict. I think we only have 1 new juror here? Maybe 2? The British jury system is so very different to our own, isn't it? It's quite extraordinary to think the power of judgment is in the hand of 6 members of the public, and that the judge can only pass sentence when all jurors are in agreement about the defendant's guilt. 6 citizens of London, chosen at random, or at least that's the idea. The prosecution would draw attention to the fact that the accused was on trial here but 2 days ago. Accordingly, where possible, the same jurors have been asked to return for duty today. Oh, all of them are the same? Okay. Very well, let us commence the trial. Lord Von Zeeks, your opening statement, please. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is not the intent of the prosecution to cast doubt over your past decision. However, the innocent verdict afforded to this eccentric Nipponese before has had dire consequences. Did the accused repent for his wrongdoing in that affair? Far from it. Instead, he used his freedom to perpetrate a most blood-curdling crime. Namely that of the attempted murder of his neighboring lodger, an innocent Englishman. To explain the circumstances of the crime, the prosecution calls its first witnesses to the stand. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what kind of voice to do for him. Oh well. The detective responsible for investigating the scene, and the accused himself. Witnesses, your names and occupations, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. Soseki Natsume from the Empire of Japan. My government ordered me to come here as a student to study your language and culture. Mr. Natsume. Yes, my lord, sir. I'm quite sure I'm not mistaken. That you swore an oath never to set foot in my courtroom again. I remember it as if it were yesterday. The day before, in fact, my lord, but close enough. Believe me, this is the last place I want to be. Inspector, let's hear from you first. Explain the case for the court. Right you are, sir. The incident occurred at the Garadib household, where the defendant has lodgings. In the ground floor of the victim, Mr. William Shemspeare, the defendant has already admitted to visiting the victim on the night in question. Mr. Shemspeare collapsed in his room as a result of poisoning by strychnine. Curious what that is for exactly. Is a white, odorless, bitter. Strychnine is a white, odorless, bitter crystalline powder that can be taken by mouth, inhaled, or mixed in a solution and given intravenously. Strychnine is strong poison. Only a small amount is needed to produce several effects in people. Okay. It was first used as a rat poison during the 16th century in Germany and is still used worldwide today. It's a available to the public in concentrations ranging from 0.3 to 0.5%. Means it must be pretty strong stuff if that's all that's available to the public. Anyway, that's all the information I need. Alright. It was found the following morning when the landlord, suspected something was wrong, broke down the door. Although if a poison is as strong as what the results I found make it sound. This means, I presume, that the door to the victim's room was locked at the time of the incident? Correct, my lord. It was locked from the inside, making entry to or exit from the room impossible. Exit from? I don't know about that. Do I have a picture? I don't have a picture of the room, do I? Darn it. Oh well. But yeah, exit from the room, I don't know about. Seemed like there wasn't a lock on the inside. I don't know, I could be wrong. Although the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, lives to tell a tale, he very nearly didn't. The man was halfway to heaven when we first found him. I was the first officer on the scene, my lord. And I have a photographic print here that I took at the time to show how it looked. Yes, a chilling scene indeed. The man looks very much deceased. That's right. Everyone present believes that's exactly what he was. Very well. I shall accept this photographic print as evidence for the court. The crime scene photograph has been entered into the court record. A photographic print of the scene taken by police upon their arrival. The victim can be seen unconscious at the table, having been poisoned. Now then, Mr. Natsume. Oh, yes. Yes! As the defendant, do you have anything to say at this juncture? They're haunted by evil spirits. Good gracious, what's haunted? My lodgings! There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings. The tenant before me died in mysterious circumstances. A woman was stabbed by no one on the street outside. My neighbor was poisoned. And me! What about me? I've nearly been killed countless times. Killed, Mr. Natsume? How? Even on that fateful night it happened. When I returned from Mr. Shamspeare's room, I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed. But before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me! must always extinguish all fires before retiring for the night, Mr. Natsume. But it's so cold! My runny nose would freeze! The point is, I didn't poison my neighbor. Oh, why am I being accused of this? Why is my existence so cursed? Thank you, witnesses. I believe I have a reasonably clear picture of events. If I could raise one more point, my lord. One more conclusive point. Conclusive? Go on. Fortunately, the victim, Mr. Shamspear, has regained consciousness after his ordeal, and he has named the true culprit. The poison consumed by the victim was administered in a cup of tea that he drank on the night in question. Tea, my lord, that was brought to the victim's room by the accused. The accused? Good grief! Order! Order! Yes, that's the crux of this whole case. If Soseki-san is innocent, then why? Why is the victim accused? Well, Mr. Natsume, what have you to say to this accusation? That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shamspear's room, as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I bought boiled water especially to make it. And this is the result! Now I will never touch tea again! Never! The public pump was frozen, you say? That's not information we've heard before. That will do, thank you. Now, according to our laws, the defense must have the opportunity to cross-examine witnesses at least once. Therefore, I call upon these witnesses now for a formal testimony. I presume the prosecution has no objection? None whatsoever, my lord. Good, then you will give your account of events on the night in question to the court now. Yeah. Yes, my lord! The catastrophic night. It was around. Let me go refill my water before I start this. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's continue. It was around 9 o'clock that evening that I visited my neighbor, and I took some tea with me as a gift. We had a heated literary debate over a nice hot drink, after which I went back to my room at around 11. Oh, my tea was completely harmless. He couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, could he? Oh, okay. Strychnine takes some time to have effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately after taking it. The victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. The argument still stands. Yes, I see. It all seems relatively straightforward. Excuse me, but that testimony does raise one rather crucial point, I think. Mr. Natsume claims his tea to have been harmless. Presumably, though, the teacups have been examined for traces of the poison, haven't they? Why didn't I think of that? Well, as it happens, no. We haven't been able to. Did I hear you correctly, Inspector? Scotland Yard has failed to examine the suspect's substance. How could you overlook something so important? Isn't that the first thing you should have done? My learned Nipponese friend is falsely incensed. The inspector said Scotland Yard was unable to examine the tea, not that it was overlooked. Unable? Why? It's simple enough. There was none left. Not a drop. Someone must have been very thirsty indeed. With current scientific techniques, it is not possible to test for poison in such circumstances. We only need a drop, but that one drop does actually have to exist, funnily enough. The lack of examination notwithstanding, it appears nothing more than the tea passed the victim's lips on the night in question. I see, thank you. The matter is clear. Cast your eyes over the jury, my learned friend. What? You can see it in their faces, I'm sure. The recognition of the accused's guilt. Your client's fate is all but sealed. In mere moments from now, you will lose, and your compatriot will be damned for all eternity. He's right. I can feel all 6 of the jurors looking daggers at me. But I can't let them beat me down. I won't. Counsel for defense, proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. The catastrophic night. Let me check my... o'clock.
Hold it!
Were you and your neighbor good friends then? Oh no! We weren't friends! Not at all! Not at all! Never! Ever! You're not helping your case, buddy. A simple no would have sufficed. Then, why did you decide to pay him a visit? Mr. Shakespeare fancies himself as having great literary knowledge. As a fellow scholar of English literature, we find much to talk about together. Come now, no Nipponese could understand the finer points of English literature. And on the night in question, that was the topic of conversation as well, I presume. It was the day of my last trial when I was acquitted. I just arrived back at my lodgings when I ran into Mr. Shakespeare outside on the street. That was at around 6 o'clock. We exchanged one or two pleasantries, but it soon turned into a heated discussion. He was on his way out at the time, though. So I promised to visit his room that evening at 9 to continue our debate. But did I have ill intentions? No! Not one, not two, not any! Not at all! Never, ever! Another awful, alliterative assertion! Yep. Welcome to the stream, Mashi. How you doing? A simple no would have sufficed, I feel. Then tell the court what did happen when you visited the victim's room.
Hold it!
A literary debate about Shakespeare's works, I think you said, didn't you? Still in one piece while out for my walk. Oh, okay. Sounds good. Shakespeare. Ah, a very worthy topic of conversation, I must say. Oh yes, my lord. Romeo and Juliet. Who was stronger? It was a profoundly pleasurable parley. I find that to be a very odd topic of discussion, to be honest. Like, stronger in what way? Basically what I'm saying is I'd love to have heard the details of this entire conversation. But I guess that's not important right now. Romeo and Juliet? Who was stronger? Okay, I'm not the only one that thinks it's weird. I know I'm gonna regret asking this, but how did the debate go? Well, we both agreed that we would reach a conclusion more quickly with a reenactment. Give me Rowan Zoro and Yamato's autographs. Except I don't know who Yamato is, sorry. I am way behind on One Piece and I'll probably never get caught up at this point. Anyway, welcome to the stream, Reen. How you doing? So we battled it out, in a Greco-Roman style, naturally. What subject? Why, Marquess of Queensberry rules, of course. Fisticuffs, pugilism, the manly art of self-defense. Okay. So we battled out, in a Greco-Roman style, naturally. That sounds more like you might have been reenacting the two families against each other instead of just Romeo and Juliet. What? Mr. Shakespeare had all sorts of costumes in his room for just such a contest. So when you say a reenactment, you mean you were actually in costume? He is Romeo, I is Juliet. I want to see that. I want a picture of that. And after a vigorous wild tussle, and I can't be the only one. I, as Juliet, came out on top. A victory I'll cherish forever. Oh, okay. But seriously, I can't be the only one that... No, I don't. Why not? I dare not imagine the terrible scene of carnage. The fact remains that it was you who prepared the tea and took it to the victim, correct? But back then it was normal for all roles to be played by men. Very true. That is a good point. That's how kabuki theater is too. I boiled the water in my room and made a pot to take with me. I'd heard that he was too poor to have tea himself, you see. It's true. There was no sign of any tea leaves in the man's room. I wanted to do something nice, to be friendly. So why is everyone looking at me with such suspicion? My tea was harmless! Of course it was! And do you have any basis for that statement, witness?
Hold it!
Yes, there was not a drop of tea left in the victim's room anywhere, was there? Yep. Pretty much, that news pretty much came out of nowhere, Reen. So I think everyone was surprised by it. In my first undergrad mock trial case, nothing stopped me from portraying the gold-digging ex-wife, except for my complete inability to look or act the part. Oh, okay. Because you weren't even an ex-husband. Oh, okay. Fair point, I guess. That's correct. Anyone would think the fellow had never had a pot of tea before. He must have licked it dry. Yet. Well, yeah, of course. Wait, what do you mean yet? I've also never played hockey, but didn't stop me from portraying the ref. Very good point. That's correct. Anyone would think the fellow had never had a pot of tea before. He must have licked it dry. Which is a pity, because one drop is all we would have needed to analyze it for poison. And you say that you returned home to your room at 11 o'clock, Mr. Natsume? We don't have any information about the part of the door being broken, do we? A failed actor rented a room in the same building as Mr. Natsume's lodgings. And you say that you returned home to your room at 11 o'clock, Mr. Natsume? Yes, definitely! By heaven and earth, I swear it! The landlord was able to verify that as it happens. He confirmed that the defendant went back to his room at 11 that night. And how is the landlord able to attest to this? He, said it was the lamps, I believe. Wait, what? He confirmed the defendant went back. Oh, okay. Guess I'll explain that a bit. The lamps, Inspector? This judge needs to glue his wig on. When tenants return to the rooms and start using gas, lamps and other parts of the house flicker. Oh, yeah. Yes, Mr. Garadib seems to pay a lot of attention to the comings and goings of his tenants. There's only one key to Mr. Shamspear's room. I know that for certain. Let me check something real quick again. Okay, guess that's not important for now. I don't know. He saw he must have locked the door himself from inside his room. The victim has... The victim has confirmed that to be the case, yes. So I'm right! My tea was harmless! Completely harmless! If you take poison, you die! Everyone knows that! And yeah, as I said, I looked up the particular poison that was used, and it sounds like it might be pretty strong stuff, so I don't know. It's not that simple, I'm afraid. Oh, what do you mean? Yeah, see, the strychnine takes some time to have it poison on the body. Now I know why that name's ringing a bell. I'm not going to go into it for spoiler reasons for what I'm thinking about, but yeah.
Hold it!
How long does it take for symptoms to appear then? According to the coroner I was speaking to at the yard, about 30 minutes after the poison is consumed. Then the victim suffers violent convulsions, cramping, and stiffness, and eventually dies from asphyxiation. So there's a 30-minute interval between when the poison is ingested and the onset of symptoms. There seem to be a lot of different types of poison in the world, that's for sure. Oh dear. Death by poisoning again. It's always so awful. 13 minutes is a long time. Certainly long enough for the victim to have locked the door behind the accused after he left. You can't deny that. And it further degrades Soseki-san's alibi. I have the medical report from the doctor who examined the victim here, my lord. It spells it out, really. The accused is the only person who could have done it. Very well, the court will add this report to the court record as evidence. The victim's medical report has been entered in the court record. A report issued by Scotland Yard's medical officer. It obviously mentions the poison as well as other details gleaned during the police investigation. Oh yes, I see it here. Delayed onset of symptoms. Mind if I take a look at the actual report first? Let's see. Victim, William Shamspeare, age 31. Cause of coma. Ingestion of a small quantity of strychnine. Toxic effects present 30 minutes after ingestion. High likelihood of the substance having been mixed with the tea the victim was drinking, but no sample could be obtained for testing. Investigative conclusions. The poisoning incident occurred at around 1:30 a.m. on the 21st of February. Assessed from the victim's pocket watch that appears to have broken when the man collapsed after the delayed onset of symptoms. No container for the poison was found at the scene. Alright. Great. Actually, let me read that one more time. Make sure I'm understanding it right. Poison incident occurred at around 1:30 a.m. on the 21st of February. Yeah. Alright, just making sure I was understanding it right. The victim would have been perfect. The argument still stands.
Hold it!
The argument still stands, you say? This is what Mr. Natsume has been saying, isn't it? The pair of them drank tea together that night, so if there was poison in it, the victim wouldn't have been able to lock the door after the accused left later on. Exactly! Me and my tea are innocent! Sweet and innocent, I tell you! I'm afraid, sir, that doesn't follow. You see, strychnine is a slow-acting poison. In other words, it takes time for the symptoms to appear. So you could have left the room up to 30 minutes after the victim drank the tea. And as long as you did that, Mr. Shamspeare could have locked the door after you'd gone. But no! We drank the tea straight away! The battle over whether Romeo and Juliet were stronger, that came after the tea. Oh. Well, that's something else, possibly. Do you have any evidence to support that statement? In my great homeland, the Empire of Japan, we have a saying. Drink tea while it's hot! Sure, a proverb will satisfy the prosecution. I'm afraid there's no conclusive proof to support the defendant's assertion. On the contrary, there are sufficient grounds to infer his guilt in this matter. No! That's the extent of their testimony, is it? If I could voice a personal opinion, Mr. Naruhodo. Of course, go ahead. Mr. Natsume is arguing for his innocence so adamantly and so persistently. Yet Inspector Gregson just brushes off what he says aside. It's really quite infuriating. I agree. So we need to find an inconsistency in what the inspector is saying, I think. I'm afraid so. As things stand, the jurors are sure to find Mr. Natsume guilty. As I see it, what we need to focus on is the poison in the tea. Let's listen carefully to this testimony again. Yes! 9 o'clock that evening, officer. He had a heated literary debate. Over a nice hot drink after I went room at around 11. Okay, I want to save before I do this, but...
Objection!
Yep. Mr. Natsume, you say it was 11 p.m. when you left to return to your room, correct? Yes! And Inspector Gregson, can we rely on the information in the medical report unconditionally? Of course we can. There's no problem with that report, Sunshine. Actually, I think there's a very big problem. Because there's a chronological inconsistency between it and the defendant's testimony. A chrono what? What are you on about? According to this report, the victim must have consumed the poison around 1:30 in the morning. And yet, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, left the victim's room at 11. Oh! Yes, that's right. There's more than 2 hours of missing time there. In other words, if there was poison in the tea that Mr. Natsume brought to the victim's room, how could the victim have fallen ill to it 2.5 full hours after the defendant left? Ooh! Wait, why are they both freaking out? The defense's argument is entirely reasonable. How do you respond, Lord Von Zeeks? Pray forgive the discourtesy if my mind has wandered. I was considering what cuisine would best complement the contents of my hallowed chalice this luncheon. Hmm? How could it have happened, you ask? I do hate to shatter illusions, but my Nipponese friend appears to be chasing a phantom idea. A phantom? Is it so hard to imagine that the victim drank his tea after the accuser left? Wait, no, because... No, because Soseki said that, forget it. For example, at the time stated in the medical report, yes, at around 1:30.
Objection!
Mr. Natsume brought the tea with him to drink together with his neighbor. And in Japan, there's a well-known saying, drink tea while it's hot.
Objection!
And in my country, there is an even more apt saying, there is nothing more refreshing than cold tea. The point is, if there was such a long gap, there may be other ways to explain how the victim came to be poisoned. Other possibilities. What sort of possibilities, Counsel? Well, for example, the man could have had another visitor. Another visitor? That's a very bold assertion, my learned friend, from someone who has nothing to substantiate it. Or the victim could have taken the poison of his own volition. You suggest this may have been a suicide, Counsel.
Objection!
Mr. Shakespeare has categorically denied suicide. The idea can and must be discounted.
Objection!
But he could be lying! Okay. There's something wrong, Lord Von Zieks. I was listening to the sound of the carriage pulling up outside the courtroom. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Carriage? What carriage? It would seem that the key player in this case has just arrived. Out, out, brief candle! Life's but a walking shadow. A poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Who, sir, are you? William Shakespeare, my lord. Alas, 'twas I undone by these bitter events. I am the victim. What? What's he doing here? Yeah, should he still be in the hospital? Maybe? The prosecution seeks to call this gentleman to the stand. With his testimony, my learned friend's futile resistance will be utterly crushed. You're calling him as a witness? Very well, Counsel. I grant your request with interest. I'm curious to discover what the court shall hear from the victim himself. Happy am I, Shakespeare, to regale thee with my tale of woe, my lord. But I still have my own tale to tell, my own tale of worst woe. I can regale the court with the tale of my perfect innocence in perfect English. That will do, Mr. Natsume. Let the court now hear from the victim. is this? Alright, so that's Mr. Shamspear. But who's that other man beside him? Yes, I feel sure that we've caught a glimpse of that man before. State their names and occupations of the court, please, witnesses. A writer of words so sweet, they do scent the breeze. An inventor of ideas so profound, they compose the earth. The unrivaled poet, the unmatched scribe, William Shakespeare, were the great bard to be recalled knife anew. Lo, what a magnificent man! Good fellows, I am he who ponders such a miracle. William Shamspear. Oh, the name's Meterman, and Adron B. Meterman. Okay. I work for the Altamont Gas Company, Eastern Branch Office. Ah, I remember now. It was yesterday on Briar Road. Oh yeah, I think I remember. Oh yes, she's right, it's him. Yeah, it's the guy that ran off before. Oh, what's this? What's that man doing over there? He looks like he's trying to see into Soseki-san's lodgings. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Excuse me, could we have a word? Oh! Yes, we spotted him outside Mr. Garadeb's house that morning. And he's a gas company employee? What does he have to do with this case? So, Mr. William Shamspear, you are the victim in this miserable affair, correct? Oh, heaven, oh hell! Do you command me to remember? That sweet poison that did cross me and crossed mine innocent lips. I subpoenaed him for the trial, with his doctor's permission, naturally. Here in the testimony of the aggrieved, we remove any doubt for the... any room for doubt from the jurors' minds, I'm sure. Behold, you have only to rearrange the letters of my name to see that me's a seraph, an angel indeed. Thus be I noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily honest of heart, as all heavenly angels be. Because there isn't the less contrived meaning in your name. No, not at all. The jurors seem to be very moved by this man, I'm afraid. They're actually taking his seraph anagram idea seriously? Oh, they're actually taking his seraph anagram idea seriously? Thank you, witnesses, for your illuminating introductions. But my lord, what's the man next to Mr. Shamspear doing here? The gas man, I mean. What may? Well now. Allow me to enlighten my learned friend. You recall, I presume, your earlier impertinence. You suggested that the victim had another visitor to his room on the night in question. And moreover, that the victim is a compulsive liar. What? No, I didn't quite say that. This young chin stroker is here to controvert your wild claims conclusively. Is that not so, Mr. Meterman? Hey, hang on. No, I'm just here. I hereby call for your formal testimonies. You will tell the court as lucidly as possible what happened on the night in question. One may smile and be a villain. Yes, it doth pain me, but let the truth be spoken. The truth of that wintry night of my discontent. Okay, I'll be right back. Just a moment. Okay, I'm back. Let's see. Dragoon says, I was a goon playing hockey. Oh, really? Anyway, the wintry night of my discontent. The snow lay about. My neighbor did cometh in the evening, bearing a gift of tea. But very bitter was his drink, and when he left, I did fall prostrate on my table. 'Twas the tea alone did pass my lips that late hour, naught else. I was outside this bloke's window in the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room. How? Oh, forget it. Oh, wait a minute. No one else visited his room but that short little round back eastern fella. Wait, what did you say? You were keeping an eye on Mr. Shakespeare's room all night? That's right. Of course, the bloke's window is all but blocked up, isn't it? But there's a little gap in the bricks where you can see into the room. So I spent the night trying to keep my teeth from chattering as I peered in through that. The question is, why? Oh, well now, that's because he's on my list. What a piece of work is a man. Wherefore wouldst thou not stare in wonderment? What are you talking about? This buzzing busybody hath not part in this play. I pray thee, pay him no heed. Make no more ado about his tedious words. How about I pay him just a little more heed? What'd you say about me? Calm yourself. This court is concerned with what happened on the night in question. Nothing more. Indeed, that is so. And as the testimony we have just heard clearly reveals, there was no one other than the accused present at the time who could have carried out this crime. Well, I believe this may be the final testimony of the trial. Oh gosh, really? Now, counsel, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord.
Hold it!
To be clear, by neighbor, you are referring to the defendant, Mr. Natsume? Oh, indeed, sire. Perchance thou wouldst that I call him the man from upstairs? And at what time did the mustachioed Nipponese visit you in your room? Our meeting was promised for the hour of 9, and lo did he come to tender a gift of fragrant tea. Details which are in accordance with the defendant's own testimony, yes. And we were broiled in such literary debate as history hath not seen before. By which I presume he means their discussion about who was the stronger, Romeo or Juliet. I, Shakespeare, did play the part of young Romeo, whilst my neighbour played the fair Juliet. Each of us dressed as would our characters be, to bring weight upon our merry experiment. I dare not imagine the scene. Fealty, thy name is woman. Apparently not, since you lost. Nah, I'm kidding. Canst thou imagine how dismayed I was? Yes, I had heard of the Eastern art of Jiu-Jitsu, but ne'er did I dream 'twould be a skill practiced by the comely maiden. Juliet beat Romeo up. This is not helping our case. Maybe not, but still funny. I believe the court has heard enough about your earth-shattering literary debate. Perhaps you could reiterate your statement about the tea that the accused brought to your room. My liege, I am thy servant. Gladly I would do thy bidding.
Hold it!
Let me stop you there. Mr. Natsume left your room at 11 o'clock, but it wasn't until after 2 that the poison made you collapse. That amounts to more than 3 hours of missing time. If the defendant had really put the poison into your tea, that 3-hour window of time is something you're going to have to explain. Gladly, 'tis an easy task. Why is he dancing like this right now? What? I did drink of the tea not while my guest did tarry, but after he took leave of me. Faith, 'twas stone cold, but at 1 hour post midnight, verily were my lips parched.
Objection!
That doesn't sound normal. Nay, 'tis quite ordinary, sire. After all, thou wouldst recall our fiery debate. Amidst such argument, there'd be no time for fiery tea. Romeo and Juliet again. And who is stronger? Mr. Shakespeare, in summary, allow me to confirm. Did you not come here with the intention of naming your attacker? But of course, my liege. 'Twas the stooped lover of words did attempt to shuffle me off this mortal coil. We all know what that means.
Hold it!
So you didn't have any kind of evening meal? Dinner? Supper? Huh! Fie on luxury! Fie on gluttony! To eat thrice daily is but a waste of time! Sorry? I would that my belly were full no more oft than the sun doth rise. Does that mean he only eats breakfast? Well, most heroic eating habits, I must say. Night and day do I fill my hours with learned study of the great bard and playwright. Hence is it that there doth not in my chamber be then the costumes of mine art. I feel like him and Yusuke would get along. That would appear to be the case, as even the rodent was found starved to death in your room. Yikes. Now I think of it, it's not just food that was conspicuously missing from that room, is it? I don't recall seeing a single player script anywhere. For I have devoured them all. Excuse me? You've eaten them? Every word be within my skull. Didst thou imagine otherwise? Right. That wasn't misleading at all. Now, could you turn around, do you think? Which brings us to the conclusion that the only way the poison could have passed the victim's lips is in the tea. I was out.
Hold it!
But the windows of that house have all been filled in. A historical artifact of the now defunct window tax. Yeah, you're right there. All picked up horribly. But as it happens, there's a little part of the brickwork at the bottom corner that's been opened up. I was looking in through that gap. Yes, there were a few bricks loose, weren't there? And for some strange reason, a couple of bars of soap lined up on the ledge outside as well. I don't like going around poking my chin in other people's business, especially on freezing cold nights. But them's my orders, so that's what I'll keep doing, as long as there's breath in my body. What's with all the theatricals today? Out of interest, Mr. Meterman. After the accused had left and returned to his own lodgings, did you see the victim leave the room at all? No, he never left. He was in that room the whole time as far as I'm concerned. And we can therefore discount the possibility of suicide. How can you be sure of that? The police carried out a thorough investigation of the scene and found no receptacle for the poison. And since we know the victim didn't leave his room and he didn't dispose of the poison's container himself, it's clear that this was no attempted suicide. Only the culprit could have removed the receptacle. Oh yes, luckily lucidly explained, Counsel. Thank you. It really was. You can't argue with the logic.
Hold it!
You say a short little round-backed Eastern fellow, but you can't be sure it was so you can't be sure it was the defendant then?
Objection!
How many other short little round-backed Nepalese with a mustache do you think there are in London? He didn't say anything about a mustache, though. Well, of course, it's only a narrow gap and it was quite dark, so I didn't notice the mustache. There you go. But he showed up around 9, so I'm pretty sure of myself. And when the person you saw arrived, did he and Mr. Shakespeare drink tea together? Nah, sorry, I couldn't say. Why not? Because I couldn't see into the room all that well, could I? But what I did see was the silhouette of that little round-backed fellow wearing a pretty dress. Oh. Then the pair of them started some kind of wrestling match. I tell you, I didn't know what to make of it. I suppose that was the Romeo and Juliet championship battle getting underway. Mr. Mitterman, allow me to confirm one final time. Apart from the accused, can you state with a certainty that no one else visited the victim on the night in question? No question. Gasman's honor. Hold it? Who's saying hold it? I imagine Juliet could handily defeat Romeo if she did. Well, first off, welcome to Stream Soup. And secondly, apparently she did. As per Romeo's own testimony. Susanoo takedown. Oh, fair point. But no, in this case, Romeo and Juliet was, Shakespeare and Soseki, respectively. In fact, let me see if I can bring that up in the history. Hang on a sec. Maybe too far back. Yeah, it's too far back. Darn it. My lord! Goodness me. Yes, Mr. Foreman. I've kept my mouth shut and listened up to now, but this has gone on long enough. Are you all with me? Yes! Are we to understand that you ladies and gentlemen of the jury are in agreement with one another? That you've reached a unanimous decision? Too right, we have. Are you all with me? Yes! Wait, no! The defense is in the middle of a cross-examination. To be honest, I was holding out a bit of hope for you, young man. The crowd goes wild and good old JR says, my gosh! Susanoo take down, he's not getting up from that. Especially after you identified those few hours that followed the accused leaving the victim's room. Yes, the 3 missing hours, as you put it. Oh, but in the end, what difference do they make? None, as far as I can see. And since that's now apparent, there's really no reason to delay our decision any longer.
Well, like I was saying before, if I don't take 5 bob home with me tonight, the missus will blow it up.
What's that? Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said. Very well, let the court be apprised of your decisions. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings as to the defendant's culpability.
Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
All of you? Well, it would appear that the jury is indeed unanimous. So, this time at least, it seems justice will be done. All's well that ends well, as they say. This calls for a toast, I feel. To the guilty being punished. Get up, Mr. Naruto, please! The trial isn't over yet! What do you mean, Mr. Zato? What about the information I found in this encyclopedia of British law I have? That obscure right that belongs to the defense in these situations. Remember? A summation examination. Yes, that's right. We don't have a jury in Japanese courts, of course. But here in a British court of law, if we can reverse the decisions of a majority of the jurors, we can force the trial to continue. This trial can't end now. Whatever it takes, I just can't let that happen. The defense moves to invoke its right to a summation examination, my lord. Well, I am not surprised at my learned new police friend's inability to admit defeat. You chose to cling desperately to some archaic rule you barely comprehend instead of accepting the truth. Certainly no other defense counsel in recent times has exercised the right to a summation examination. Because they all know that once the jury's mind is set, it cannot be altered. Nevertheless, the right remains and must be upheld. The defense counsel's request is granted. This court will proceed with a summation examination, as outlined in the Encyclopedia of British Law. Thank you, my lord. Are you and your fellows prepared, Mr. Foreman? Believe me, my lord, we know all about this young lad's tenacity. And we're ready for it. Very well. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby call upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime for which he stands accused. Judicial findings. The jurors' contentions. The victim may not be well off, but he's a noble man and straight up. There's no reason to doubt the man.
Well, I do declare that the good gentleman has no reason to lie. In fact, I think he's rather splendid.
Oh, just look at the accused by comparison. He's Japanese, stoops all the while, and has a mustache. Very fishy. What, you're telling me British? Your first juror has a mustache. That's forget it.
There's no evidence to suggest the gangling actor is a fraudsman. For now, at least.
Oh, I really don't care, I need this trial to end quickly. 3 hours of missing time. It's nothing when you reach my age, you know. Nothing at all. I knew it. Every single one of them seems completely convinced. It would seem that all the jurors,
have come to the conclusion that Mr. Shamspeare is a fine, upstanding, and honest citizen.
If you ask me, they've all been bewitched by his strange theatrical movements.
And sadly, nothing Mr. Natsume has said appears to have registered at all.
Well, here goes. Let's not forget. I've pleaded with the jury on Soseki-san's behalf before and it worked, so you never know.
Before we begin, it might be an idea for me to remind you exactly how a summation examination works, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh,
Well, you're still very new to British law, after all.
that's true, I suppose. And Soseki-san's fate is entirely in my hands now, too. There's always a chance I might have forgotten some crucial detail. Perhaps I should hear Susato-san out. I wonder, should I let her talk me through it again, or not bother?
Yeah, let's do it. Alright, so, if you remember, the key to changing the jurors' minds is the thing that they say themselves.
Yes, it's coming back to me. First, it's important to listen very carefully to each juror's statement. Then, if it sounds as though one of those statements might contradict another, I have to pit the corresponding two jurors against each other to prove one or the other of them wrong.
Yes, that's right. In many ways, it's very similar to a normal cross-examination.
Alright then, all that remains now is to do it.
Without further ado, please, counsel, proceed with the summation examination.
Yes, my lord!
Jury examination. The defense's rebuttal.
Victim may not be well off, but he's no man straight up, there's no... Let me read these two again. I did a there's no reason to lie. There's no evidence to suggest that for now, at least. Well, I haven't pressed them yet, so maybe I should start with that.
Hold it!
Well, there are plenty of people in London who seem noble but poor. Couldn't some of them also be liars?
I have no doubt about it. Like that shaky client of yours, for example.
Absolutely not. Mr. Natsume is no liar.
Look, the point is, the only thing that passed the victim's lips that night was that Japanese man's tea. When you take the gasman's testimony into account as well, the truth couldn't be any clearer.
Well, that's alarmingly logical.
But let me be frank here. I'm a gentleman with a gentleman's values. If it turns out that the old Shakespearean chum is a rotten liar after all, I'd gladly change my decision about the defendant. And I'm sure my fellow gentlemen on the jury would do the same. Isn't that right?
Hypothetically, if you're a hockey player, would you want to pick a fight with someone who is 6'9", near 250 pounds?
Well, yes, perhaps, though I don't see it happening.
Hey, what's that? Elderly gent on the end here, you know. You'll have to speak up.
Look, I don't really care about this nonsense, I just need this trial to be over. How many
many gentlemen do we actually have on the jury, then? Alright, sir. I may hold you to that. Don't forget what you said. Humph.
Hold it!
Are you saying you believe the man to be trustworthy because he's rather splendid?
No, that's not what I said. The point is, the man is the victim here. What reason would he have to lie? And yes, he is rather splendid.
So you say, yet again.
Meanwhile, the man who stands accused behaves so suspiciously. It's exhausting to look at him. I'm afraid he's not splendid at all.
Splendid logic there, madam. Thank you so much. Yeah, per stayed the same.
Hold it!
No, no, no! Not one of those things is a reason to find the man guilty. But he is fishy. There's no point dancing around the fact. He's Japanese, he has a mustache, and he stoops. Again, your juror number 1 has a mustache also. You see, you arrive at the conclusion in just 3 steps. 3 steps. Like a waltz, in fact. You know, the more I think about it, the more this trial seems like a dance. You seem to be several steps ahead of yourself, though, and you're on the wrong foot. No! There's nothing but circumstantial evidence here. There's no actual proof of the defendant's guilt. But the victim's version of events is backed up by what the big-chinned man next to him says, isn't it? 1, he saw the Japanese men there. 2, he saw no one else. And 3, he saw the Japanese men there. Oh! That's another 3 steps. Well, this really does seem more like a waltz, doesn't it? Right. And the prosecution will waltz its way to victory if I'll let you speak much more.
Hold it!
A fraudsman? What do you mean by that, madam?
It really is a most tiresome problem for the company. Most irritating. We can be absolutely certain that a customer is stealing from us, but without hard evidence. We can't even threaten to take action, for fear of being sued.
I'm sorry, you've lost me a little there. Who are you?
I'm the wife of Augustus Altamont, owner of the Altamont Gas Company.
Good gracious! Altamont gas, you say?
Gas is the future of energy in this country and around the globe, but proper handling is essential. As I'm sure our employee from the East End branch office would be the first to agree.
Absolutely, Lady Quimby. Gotta be used properly. Altamont gas is the best in the world, of course.
I think I'm gonna solve the mystery of the bow from earlier, Mr. Naruhodo.
Right, he bowed in deference to his employer's wife, did he? Ah, so would I be right in assuming that the reason Mr. Meterman was watching what Mr. Shamspear was up to in his room?
I'm afraid that there's no end to the lengths the population of East End will go to in order to steal our gas. So I really have no choice when the company identifies somebody as a possible fraudman. But to dispatch a worker to watch the suspect day and night, we're very thorough in our investigations.
So you mean Mr. Shamspear is...
I wouldn't come out and say it in public, but you can finish that sentence with a grubby little gas thief.
You have noticed the public gallery in here, have you?
The eye of man hath not heard, the ear of man hath not seen. Faith, wouldst thou wound me with thy words, were I to let them penetrate the skin. But Saros hear not insults, only choirs of angels in song. We may not have evidence yet, But my workers won't stop buzzing around until they find it. And when they do, you'll find yourself blasted back to your angelic heights in an Altamont gas explosion.
So Mr. Shakespeare has been stealing gas. I wonder, juror number 4, if you wouldn't mind adding that information to your statement.
My pleasure. Was it the bit about ripping that thief apart you enjoyed?
A little before that part about abject violence, if it's not too much trouble.
Yes, of course.
This could be it. This could shift the balance.
The victim puts on a fine performance, but in reality he's a common thief of my company's gas.
Can you show me that the victim's a liar?
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious! To whose statements do you refer, counsel? Juror number 1. What are you yelling about, lad? I presume you've heard juror number 4's statement, made by the wife of the owner of Altamont Gas. Well, yes. The victim, who you claim to be a noble, straight-up man, in fact, turns out to be a common thief. So the good lady says, but there's no evidence, is there? You and I both heard them say as much.
It's true, we don't have evidence as such. Just yet. But the claims aren't baseless, you know.
What?
You heard me. Seeing as his operation has already been compromised, I would suggest that the court hears testimony from our East End branch office employee over there.
I'll do whatever you say, my lady. Gasman's honor. Juror number 1, you say you're a man of your word. Ooh! If I could show that Mr. Shakespeare was a liar, you assured me that you would reconsider your decision about the defendant's guilt. Yes, I did say that. And as a man of honor, I'll hold to it, as I'm sure the other gentlemen of the jury will. Me? Oh, well, yes. Now that we have found out the man's a liar, perhaps we ought to consider the matter further. Well, if I'm perfectly honest, I haven't heard half of what you've all been saying. So if this means you'll recap a few points, that would suit me down to the ground. Oh no, I'm not having to be part of this. I want this trial over and done with.
In that case, I shall change my leaning.
So, Mr. William Shakespeare, if that is your real name, we of the jury demand to know exactly what kind of a man you really are. That's 4 jurors. 4 for not guilty.
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Victory!
Not sure about victory just yet, but...
Order! Order! Well, this is quite extraordinary, I must say. As a result of the defense's summation examination, the jury's leaning has changed. Now only 2 jurors say guilty, whilst 4 say not guilty. I therefore declare this court to be in a state of disaccord, and order the trial to continue.
You have spoiled the bouquet, Mr. Shakespeare. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury now find they are unable to trust you, the victim.
But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. So God mend me, I do swear. This gasman speaketh that which concerns him most. Naught but gas, naught but thin air. Yeah, really not helping your case there. Aye, it burneth bright a while, but it has no substance, and it doth reek foul. Oi, what'd you say? Do I take it, Mr. Shamspeare, that you deny the allegations of gas thievery? Most heartily, my lord. Hast thou forgot? I am as a seraph, an angel. Noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily, honest of heart. Ah, you flowery-mouthed pompous beanpole! Just 'cause I haven't got the evidence yet. Mr. Shamspeare, if, in fact, you are not noble of mind, sweet of nature, or honest of heart, if you are a liar, then your testimony should have no sway in this courtroom. It is my considered opinion that at the present time no other possible culprit of this crime has been identified. All testimony heard by the court thus far heavily implicates the defendant. In short, it would not be unreasonable at this stage for me to rule on the case.
Oh no.
However, in light of the fact that the jury has expressed concern about the fidelity of this witness, I believe it would be inappropriate for this court not to pursue the point further.
Objection!
I assure you, my lord, that it would be a waste of the court's time. The gas and this case are unrelated. Juror number 4.
Yes.
Didn't you say before that although you had no hard evidence to prove this man has been stealing gas, you have strong grounds for suspecting him?
That's right, we do. Don't we, worker?
Absolutely, Lady Quimby. Guess man's honor. Very well then, we will hear your testimony now. You will tell the court precisely why you believe the victim, Mr. William Shamspeare, has been stealing gas. Yes, my lord, it'll be my pleasure. On the Altamont gas name, I swear.
If I may, my lord.
Go ahead, madam.
This worker's testimony may have a significant bearing on the good name of my husband's company. Therefore, I should like to take the stand alongside him in a supervisory role, if you wouldn't mind.
Well, oh yes, swears on it. Yeah. Very well. As an exception, I shall honor your request.
Thank you, my lord.
You wait till the boss gives you an earful. Oh, it's gonna sting you, mark my words. So, you will both testify before the court on the subject of the illegal consumption of the Altamont Gas Company's fuel.
Yes, is that clear, my good man?
Clear as Altamont gas, my lady, which is the clearest in the world. Do you think the gas has gone to his head, Mrs. Otto?
I think the man is just a very dedicated employee, Mr. Naruhodo.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and save here and take a short break. So if there's anything you need to do, now would be a good time. And when I get back, we will go over this testimony. So I will see you in a bit. Okay, I'm back. And let's see what these two have to say now. The Altamont Gas Company's investigation. I'm proud to be the company's East End branch investigator and meet a money collection agent. Altamont gas meters accept through penny bits, each going giving customers about 2 hours of gorgeous gas.
And yet, the meter in Mr. Shamspeare's room didn't have a single coin in it. The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with, though, and the collection agent has the only key.
Somehow he's using all the flaming gas he wants without paying a penny. If that's not thieving, what is?
Pray forgive the discourtesy. The irrelevance of this testimony caused me to turn to my hollow chalice.
What do you mean by that remark, Lord Von Zieks?
Did the mustachioed Nipponese poison the gangling and skillful actor, or didn't he? That is all that should concern this court. And yet, now we must listen to this abhorrence. Clearly what separates the vast British Empire and your Eastern Ireland nation is more than geographical distance.
But this could turn out to be crucial testimony. The cross-examination must go ahead.
Do what you will. Lord Von Zieks appears to be in a violent mood.
Yes, he does. An attempted poisoning and an incidence of gas theft with no supporting evidence. It's true that they would appear completely unrelated at first glance. But I wonder, the truth tends to be buried in the most unusual places. And the first step in uncovering it will be to establish just who and what this man really is.
Cross-examination.
Let me check my things again. Let me look at this again. This incident occurred at round 1. Alright.
Hold it!
So does that mean you enter people's houses in order to empty their gas meters? That I do. I have to try to catch people when they're in. Then I ask permission to come inside and do my business. Does that mean you've been into Mr. Natsume's room before, as well as that of Mr. Shamspeare? Well now, interesting you should bring that up, because I couldn't believe how little money was in his meter. I mean, how the pair of them survived the winter is beyond me, it really is.
Knowing Mr. Natsume, he probably spends all his gas money on books.
And then when he's finished reading them, he probably burns them for warmth. You will kindly reiterate your statement about the gas meters themselves, Mr. Meterman. No much to say, really, but as you wish.
Hold it!
So, all London houses that have a gas supply are fitted with these gas meters, are they?
They're the latest model, the height of technology, developed by our company, Altamont Gas. And anyone who uses our gas will have one of these meters in their property, yes.
So if a 3-pence coin gives 2 hours of gas, most people would use about 3 coins in a night. A bit more than that, usually. If they have both gas lights and a gas stove, that is.
thinking about. Soseki-san doesn't have a fireplace in that room of his, does he?
I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back again.
Some people still choose to use candles, of course, and only have gas for heating. Ah, yes, I do remember seeing candles in Mr. Natsume's room, actually.
There were some in Shemsphere's room too, I believe. In fact, is that in the photo? Let me check. Nope, they don't show the candles in the photo, but there were some on the stage, I remember that. Oh yeah, and that stain on the floor that I wasn't able to check out for some reason. How does the money in the meter get back to you at the gas company? Every 3 days, gasmen like me visit properties on the gas supply and empty the meters of coins.
I must say, the design and manufacture of the new meter cost the company an awful lot of money. But happily, it did put a stop to people not paying their dues, for the most part.
Because they have to pay in advance, you mean?
Yes, exactly right.
Hold it!
Out of interest, how long has this been going on? Weeks and weeks, he's been pinching gas off of first wages. And you've examined the meter in Mr. Shemsphere's room, I take it?
Naturally, we took it off of the wall and went over it with a fine-tooth comb.
Found nothing suspicious at all, I presume?
No, I'm afraid we didn't. Which is exactly why I demanded a new type of meter to be produced. One with an indestructible lock. The Shemsphere Special.
That sounds like it would have cost an awful lot of 3-penny pieces.
But even after all that, the rascal's meter was still empty.
I'll never forget the humiliation when I opened up the money box and found a bear. You what? I said. You what? And the look on his face, that smarmy smile of his. I put the meter straight off the wall and took it back to the office. But you know what? Nothing. Not a trace of it being jammed open anywhere. Not a single sign. And what's happening to my salary as a result? Down by 3 shillings a day, that's what. A life-threatening situation in a number of ways. Incidentally, what became of that meter? Nothing became of it. I still got it. Oh. Right here. What do they call you, Meter Man? I think it would be prudent for the court to sequester this item while the trial is ongoing. The gas meter has been entered into the court record. A meter that dispenses gas for a set time after a coin is inserted. It sports a very strong lock, developed especially with Mr. Shemsphere in mind. That's a very sturdy looking padlock, isn't it?
And the money box is sealed with beeswax, too.
So if Mr. Soames were to get up to any mischief, he'd be found out immediately.
Mr. Naruhodo, mischief of that kind is not the sort of thing that Mr. Soames would...
You know you didn't finish that sentence, don't you?
Well, anyway, it's understandable the gas company would want to safeguard the money that's rightfully theirs.
But it does feel a little over the top, perhaps, doesn't it? I guess that's all there is to investigate on this thing. Odorin. Hello. Oh, what's...
Have you spotted something, Mr. Naruhodo?
Just here. There's a little hole. Do you see?
Goodness, you're right. I wouldn't have noticed.
It's not a very neat hole, is it? Not professionally made, I'd say.
So, you think it might have been opened up by Mr. Shamspear?
Possibly. It seems the people at Altamont Gas must have missed it.
Well, it certainly seems to go all the way through to the inside.
Yes, but there's no way a coin could fit through there.
That's true, but even so, it seems more than a little suspicious. The details of the gas meter have been updated in the court record. A meter that dispenses gas for a set time after a coin is inserted. The attached coin box sports a very strong lock, and there is a tiny hole in its base.
Okay. Anything else? Doesn't look like it. I can't find anything out of place. Alright, I think I'm done with that for now. Definitely. Although at first glance, there doesn't appear to be anything unusual about it. Let's move this along, shall we? Continue with your testimony. Though I would say it has as much value as the contents of that meter. Oof.
The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with, though. The collection agent has the only key.
Alright, just a sec. There's only one key for all of your meters?
Well, in truth, there's another key in the company vault at our main office. But even if someone had somehow managed to get hold of a key, we'd know if the coin box had been opened.
Oh, how?
I came up with a rather clever way to expose any little shenanigans as it happens.
Would you care to explain?
Well, now, in order to empty a meter, you have to unlock the padlock and remove the cover. But when I close the cover again, I stick a little beeswax seal on it, you see?
A seal? Like the sort of thing you'd put on an envelope, you mean?
Something like that, yes. Basically, you can't remove the cover again without breaking the seal.
Now, in the case of Mr. Shamspear's meter, there were no coins inside at all, as I said.
But the seal hadn't been broken either.
So that would mean Mr. Shamspear somehow managed to steal coins from inside the meter without opening it?
It would seem so, but That would be impossible!
Somehow he's using all the flaming gas he wants without paying a penny. If that's not thieving, what is?
Hold it!
How do you know that he's been using gas, though?
Well now, since I started investigating this bloke, I've been to his room more than a few times. And on every single occasion his lamps have been blazing and his stove pounding. It's the middle of winter and he still turns to me, sweat dripping down his cheeks, and says,
Get thee to a nunnery!
Hamlet indeed. Aw, I could wring the bloke's neck. I get all hard on the collar, but still. Every time I open up that flaming meter, it's empty. He's robbing me of my salary, too. What's wrong with the world? Where's the justice?
And how can Mr. Shamsphere possibly be stealing the money? I don't understand. The simple explanation is right before your eyes. What? A toast to you eventually realizing that the gasman could be an accomplice.
You would?
Good lord, eminently plausible indeed.
Well, what do you have to say for yourself?
Oh, please, Lady Quenby, I'm a faithful worker. Besides, if the money us gasmen collect doesn't tally with how much gas has been used, you dock all pay by the same amount.
So you'd be stealing money only to have the same amount taken from your wages. Clearly that makes no sense.
Perhaps it's a case of losing the battle to win the war.
No, I'm not going to store up that on its nest. If I went stealing from the company, I'd be finished.
There is no evidence to support the claims of thievery made against the victim, because Mr. William Shamsphere is innocent. Pray forgive me if that shudders some illusion my learned Nipponese friend was clearly under. Ugh. I certainly didn't expect to uncover another crime that looks like it's been taking place in the very same room.
According to the testimony, it's only the meter in Mr. Shamsphere's room that's under suspicion. It does seem as though perhaps it has nothing to do with the incident involving Mr. Natsume.
I know, it does seem that way, but the fact is, since I've been practicing law in England, I feel like I've encountered this at least once already. Cases that are interlinked.
Oh.
It might seem that the two cases have nothing to do with one another at first, but in fact they're intimately connected.
Yes, we have experienced that before, haven't we? I wonder if this is another instance.
Perhaps, but we can't be sure of that yet. If the Altamont Gas Company has been investigating Mr. Shamsphere so earnestly, there must be something to it. But then how has he been managing to steal their gas? Oh,
What is it, Mr. Naruhodo?
this bar of soap. When we first found it, I could have sworn there was some sort of round disc in this depression just here. A reddish one.
Yes, you're right. I remember it too. But now the depression is completely empty.
Where could the disc have gone?
A cheap bar of soap that was discovered just outside Mr. Shamsphere's window.
Oh, the little reddish medallion from the center has mysteriously vanished. Ah, okay. This must be the cup that Mr. Shamspear was drinking from then. It's stained on the inside.
Tea does that, I'm afraid. Even green tea.
Oh, really? I've never noticed before.
You've never noticed?
Well, I never leave it in the cup long enough to leave a mark. I like to gulp it down. Drink tea while it's hot. That's the Japanese way, isn't it?
Oh dear, so many people seem to have the wrong idea about our culture, and most of them are Japanese. This is the teacup from which Mr. Natsume was drinking.
Yes, unlike the other one, the inside of the cup is completely clean.
I suppose he must have drunk the contents before the tea had a chance to leave a mark.
I always gulp it down, too.
Sorry, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, if you just sip it little by little, it goes cold.
Clearly, I shall have to instruct you in the proper way to take tea. The teacups used, the details of the pair of teacups have been updated in the court record. The teacups used by Mr. Shamspear and Mr. Natsume. There is no tea ring on the inside of Mr. Natsume's cup.
Okay. Cracks are irrelevant, I guess. Whoever opened this envelope didn't bother with a letter opener or scissors, did they?
Yes, whoever opened it was clearly someone with an unrefined temperament. And judging from the angle of the rip here, the person in question must have been right-handed.
Miss Susato, I think perhaps someone's been reading too much of the Adventures of Hairlock Sholmes.
You can never read too much of it, Mr. Naruhodo. Never!
Shoot, that one wanted to do. Oh, wait, let me read that. I certainly didn't expect to uncover another crime.
Court testimony is only meter.
Objection!
Well, obviously that's not going to come into play right now. So it has to be either the gas meter or the bar of soap.
Objection!
Okay. Lady Altamont, I'm afraid to say that this meter clearly does show signs of having been tampered with.
What?
Get away! I've been over and over that thing. I'm telling you, there's nothing wrong with it.
In that case, what do you have to say about the small hole that's been made at the base of the coin box?
Hold? What?
You're right. You're quite right. There is a little hole there. The meters aren't supposed to have that. None of the others do.
In other words, we can assume that Mr. Shamspear secretly opened up this hole himself.
Yes, I wouldn't be at all surprised. But why?
Yeah, why? I mean, it's tiny. You couldn't get a farthing through that.
Lady Altamont, I wonder if you could give the court some more details about your meter design.
What sort of details?
Well, what I'd specifically like to know is how it differentiates coins. How does the meter tell the difference between different coins?
What do you mean?
Well, for example, if someone were to put in a 1-penny coin, that wouldn't work presumably, would it?
No, of course not.
So, well, how does the meter know that the coin it's been fed is a thruppenny bit? Thruppenny bit.
Ah, I see what you're getting at now. The meter tells coins apart by their shape and size, which includes their thickness. A thruppenny bit is about 3/4 of an inch in diameter, you see. Other coins just won't fit.
I see. It's clearly been very well thought out. The witness will amend her formal testimony with that information in case it is pertinent.
As you wish, my lord. The meter is designed for coins the exact diameter and thickness of a thruppenny bit. Nothing else will fit.
Hold it!
But conversely then, it would seem that anything matching a 3-pence coin exactly in terms of diameter and thickness could equally well be used. Would, that be true?
Well, yes, in a way. The weight comes into it to a certain extent as well.
We thought of that though anyway. If I find any fake coins inside the coin box when I empty the meter, the contract says the customer has to pay 100 times the amount they diddled as a fine. We live for moments like that, us gasmen do. Live for them. Ha ha ha!
It would seem the gas company has thought of everything.
Woohoo! Away for gas, away for cash, all demand all the way.
That's quite enough of that.
Remind me, how big are threepenny pits?
About 3/4 of an inch across. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Is this 2 centimeters measurement significant? Or perhaps there's some other aspect of the meter's construction that we should be focusing on?
Yes, you may be right. Perhaps I should try a different tack here. Like asking about whether the meter can be dismantled, for example.
Why not? How can the meter be dismantled?
Dismantled?
Yes, given that there are no signs of it having been forced. I'm wondering if perhaps, rather than being broken open, it might have been taken apart.
Well, yes, that does make some sense. The padlocks are made by a first-class locksmith from the finest quality steel. And the meter box itself is made from plate steel as well, welded shut to ensure it can't be opened again. I can assure you it's quite impossible to dismantle it.
Whoa! Yeah, another links from an Altamont meter. No coins, no gas, no nothing.
I see. This witness will amend her formal testimony with that information in case it is pertinent.
As you wish, my lord. All joints on the meter are welded shut and the lock is made from solid steel. There's no way to dismantle it.
Hold it!
Has anyone ever tried?
Oh yeah, they tried, but they've all given up before long.
After all, if they actually broke the meter, the company would be able to take legal action.
Yes, that makes sense.
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Is its wielded steel construction significant? Or perhaps there's some other aspect of the meter's construction that we should be focusing on?
Yes, you may be right. Perhaps I should try a different tack here. Like asking about how the meter differentiates coins, for example. I already did that, so I guess leave it. Actually, let me press that again. I want the information about them. save again. Real quick.
Objection!
Okay, that wasn't it. Let me see if there's something else I've missed.
Objection! Objection!
Okay, I have no idea then. I have no idea what they expect me to do here. I've already gone over all the options.
Hold it!
Press this one again. this would have anything to do with it. Nope. not sure what to make of these then, but I can't analyze them, so it doesn't matter. It says it couldn't be dismantled, but what about these screws on it? Like she said, it was all welded together, but then why does it have all these little screws on it? But again, I can't analyze any of those, so I can't analyze these. Expecting me to do at this point. All joints on the meter are welded shut and the lock is made from solid steel. There is no way to dismantle it. Well, I don't think this is gonna be it, but I'm gonna... Actually, wait a minute. Let me check something here. I'm still thinking about this. Let me get off this. Although I feel like that has... Either that or the one about the size of the coins has to be what I need to react to. Or to present on. Hold it again real quick. Has anyone ever tried?
protection.
Yeah, I didn't think so, but had to try.
Hold it!
Joints in the meter are welded shut. Wait, what's that? What is that? It's a little grainy, so I can't tell, but... Were there be able to look now, but is there a... Let me check something real quick. Oh, fudge, I can't hear. I wanted to look at the people, but it won't let me do that here. Yeah, it's not gonna let me hear either, I don't think. Nope. I wish I could get a look at his, this guy, Shakespeare, because I don't even remember if he was wearing this hat during the trial, but this is the thing that's bugging me. This right here. See, that looks like a lock to me. I don't know what this thing next that's covering up a bit is. That is gonna bug me. The lock is made from solid steel. There is no way to dismantle it. You know what? Kind of out of option here, so I'm gonna give it a go.
Objection!
Nope, that wasn't it either. Darn it! I seriously don't know what else to try here. These say anything about the key, I don't think. Leaders designed for no fit somehow. Wants without paying a penny if that's not even what is.
These screws are bugging me on it because he says it can't be dismantled. If it can't be dismantled, then why are these screws on it? She said it was all welded together, but these screws are there for some reason. So, I don't get it. Yeah, I have no idea what to think at this point. Well, obviously it doesn't. This is not letting me examine it separately. Yeah, it's not gonna let me examine the lock itself. Already checked that. It won't let me check these. Won't let me check the screws on the that are on the back of the, well, that are all around the box, but mostly on the back. Here. I mean, since it's not letting me check it, it's irrelevant, but it's just gonna bug me to death. Oh, let's see. I'm still puzzled about this. Because this looks like a lock to me. How do you know it's just gas, though?
Okay. May have solved the problem now.
Objection!
Okay. I thought I had already analyzed that, though, and before saving. Oh, well. Let me just confirm something here. If the diameter and thickness were to be correct, the meter would accept any object as if it were a threepenny bit. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, by something of a coincidence, while we were investigating in Mr. Shamspeare's room, we found a particular item that matches the dimensions perfectly.
Something the same size as a threepenny bit. What was it?
The item in question is this! What? Are you burning in gas? It's a bar of soap!
It certainly looks nothing like a threepenny bit, I must say.
Looks like I'm going to have to point out exactly what I mean here. What's so important about the soap is this part here. What's so important about... There's that funny little round depression in the middle of the soap.
Yes, it's a perfect circle. And I would say almost 3/4 of an inch in diameter.
Rather like something else we've been talking about recently, in fact.
Mr. Naruhodo, it's this part of the soap you need to show to the court.
Got it!
You have to turn over the soap to see what I mean.
Ah! Are you referring to that round depression in the middle of the soap there?
That's right, a depression that's approximately 3/4 of an inch in diameter. Or, in other words, almost exactly the same size as a threepenny bit. Get away! Does anyone here present have in their possession a threepenny bit? Quickly now, hand over your coins, ladies and gentlemen.
It sounds rather like a highway robbery, doesn't it?
Yeah, I probably should have just asked for one. Thanks to a kind member of the public in the gallery, I have here a threepenny bit. Now, to see if it fits. My word! It couldn't be more snug. Yes, as I suspected. This, without a doubt, is a vital clue to explain how the Altamont Gas Company is being defrauded.
Well, I don't believe it!
So, your assertion amounts to what? That some inferior bar of soap has a detective connection to the theft of gas? Yes. The depression in the soap was clearly made by a threepenny bit. I must concur at least that pushing a coin with some force into a poor quality bar of soap such as this is a remarkably simple way of replicating the coin's shape. And then you could use, well, some melted wax or something to pour into the mold. You can make fake coins in no time. This brings all the pieces of the puzzle together. It's the method Mr. Shamspeare has been using to steal the gas. That's the missing link. And now, if I follow the chain of thought, it's going to bring me to a new explanation for what happened that nobody's considered yet.
But this is all nonsense! The man has been making fake coins. My worker here would have found them when he emptied the meter.
Quite true, Lady Altamont. In the absence of some black magic that could make them disappear. I see. That's what we're dealing with, is it? There's one form of black magic that could cause the fake coins to disappear into thin air. Yes. Exactly. And the meter here gives it away.
Oh, what on earth?
There are remnants of the magical method used visible on the gas meter taken from the victim's room. If that is your assertion, counsel, the defense will identify these remnants for the court at once. Where on the meter can the remnants of the method used to make the fake coins disappear be seen? Well, most
assume we're talking about this little hole here.
Got it!
We found this bar of soap at the scene of the crime, just outside the victim's window. Outside? Oh, sorry, I didn't have my mic on. That is how, without leaving any evidence of his wrongdoing, this man has been stealing Altamont gas. Let me back up to where I was, actually. Yeah, I think it was around here. Yes, outside where you yourself, Mr. Meter Man, were loitering in the freezing winter air. That's where we found this soap. Oh, I get it. That's right. The answer, of course, is ice. Did you say ice? Mr. Shamspeare has been leaving soaps like this outside his window each evening, filled with water. After a night outside in the bitter cold, the water is completely frozen solid the next morning. Then he takes his fake coins of ice and feeds them into the gas meter, giving him light and warmth in spades. As his room becomes very comfortably warm, the ice now inside the meter's coin box melts, turning back into water and draining harmlessly away through the small hole made in the underside of the meter. That is how, without leaving any evidence of his wrongdoing, this man has been stealing Altamont gas.
Just like that. So simply. Is he trying to make us look like idiots? He's been fooling us all with some bars of soap and some water.
That's right, madam.
I don't believe it. It can't be true. Do you have any idea how much money we spent to develop that new meter? And now you have the audacity to suggest that a bit of soap and some water can render it totally useless.
I'm fairly sure I didn't design it.
Evidence!
Sorry?
I want evidence! If you're going to stand there and tell me our meters are rubbish, I want to see proof!
She is very good at enforcing accountability, isn't she?
Very well, Lady Altamont. If you'd like evidence, I'll provide it.
Oh, what? Mr. Naruhodo, are you saying you do actually have evidence to support this theory?
I did notice a trace of something that bothered me a little at the time. And I have a feeling that this theory we've come up with now could explain it. The piece of evidence that substantiates the theory about how Mr. Shakespeare has been stealing gas is...
Take that!
There's a photograph of the scene at the point when the victim was discovered, taken by Inspector Gregson. And it clearly shows the remnants of the crime carried out by Mr. Shakespeare.
What remnants?
Here you can see the gas meter on the wall in Mr. Shakespeare's room. Now, look closely at the floorboards directly underneath the meter.
What is that? Some kind of grubby stain?
Almost certainly, it's a water stain resulting from the liquid that drained out of the hole made in the meter.
Ah!
If one coin gives around 2 hours of gas usage, and the occupant was heating his room in all his waking hours, we can imagine he would have used around 10 of his fake coins each day. The melting ice inside the meter's coin box would have been dripping out almost constantly, leaving a stain on the floor.
This is awful!
And there's further evidence too. Mr. Shakespeare is slumped over his table, apparently having consumed Strike 9. And right there next to him is a bar of soap broken in half.
You're right.
It would appear to me then, Counsel, that the man was eating the soap, was he?
You mean he seriously was?
Oh my gosh.
Pardon me for disagreeing with your lordship, but...
Certainly not.
He didn't beat about the bush there, did he?
In truth, Mr. Shakespeare was found with a fork in his hand. A meal of soap is a sound...
Wait, what did he say there?
A meal of soap is sounding increasingly likely, Lord Von Zeeks. Do you mean to say he was using that fork to... Yes. To extract a frozen coin from the bar of soap.
Excuse me?
Oh my gosh.
But the bar broke in half. So perhaps it didn't go very well.
Good gracious! Good gracious. Lord Von Zeeks!
I was throwing my hand up in despair, and happened to catch my hollowed bottle on the way. Pray forgive my maladroit mistake.
What is the meaning of this, Counsel?
Allow me to pose my learned friend a question. What exactly did you establish with your most recent cross-examination?
Well...
That Mr. William Shakespeare is a liar and a thief. In other words, that his testimony is unreliable.
That's it. That's exactly it.
Very well, let us assume the man is a liar. Now allow me to pose another question. What possible difference does that make?
Well...
We know that suicide can be discounted.
Scotland Yard's investigation revealed no sign of another vessel that contained the poison. And on the night in question, there were no visitors to the room except the accused. The young gasman's testimony, which we have no reason to doubt, has confirmed that. Furthermore, the only possible way the poison could have entered the victim's body is via the tea. The court has seen no evidence whatsoever that suggests otherwise. Even if William Shakespeare is the liar you claim him to be, these facts have been objectively established. There's no escaping it. Ah! Therefore, in light of these facts, the prosecution calls for immediate adjudication. You... What?! Order! Order! Well, counsel, how does the defense respond?
Mr. Naruhodo!
What was the point of that last cross-examination? Did it actually get us anywhere? Or did it make no difference at all, like Lord Von Zeke's saying? We'll save again here. Let's raise an objection. No, this isn't over. The defense will not rest. What? But counsel, you've successfully explained everything. You've identified and substantiated the unscrupulous method employed by Mr. Shakespeare to consume gas. What more is there to discuss? Lord Von Zeke just highlighted 3 facts in order to make his point. But contrary to what he would have the court believe, not all of them have been objectively established at all. What are you trying to say, Manipul's friend? At least one of those so-called facts is an assumption, more due to a lack of evidence. But the situation has changed now following the cross-examination of the latest witnesses to take the stand. The absurd. What is this nonsense? Yes, when you bring everything we've learned so far together and consider it as a whole, it's clear. Here's a question that we now need to reconsider. Namely... I want to go with, was there another visitor? What if the victim did in fact have another visitor besides Mr. Natsume? If that's your assertion, by all means, tell us who it was. Yes, well... Well, who was this mysterious third party, counsel? I think it's a little too soon to be naming names, my lord. On the contrary, it's a little too late. Much like your defense. Yeah! But we've shown so much. The situation has changed, I'm sure of it. Mr. Shakespeare is trying to make more ice coins on the night in question. I really feel like there's a clue there. That it's pointing us towards something else. There's a question that would... Okay, it wasn't the second one. Was the poison in the tea? We've all been led to believe that the strychnine poison that afflicted Mr. Shakespeare was in the tea brought to him by Mr. Natsume, but that's conjecture at best.
Objection!
The victim has testified that nothing else passed his lips that night. There is no other possibility. Yeah, but that was a lie. And since there was no trace of the tea left at the scene, it couldn't be tested for traces of the poison.
Objection!
As I said, the situation has changed. Because, in fact, some of Mr. Natsume's tea was left at the scene. And a particular piece of evidence proves it.
Objection!
A ludicrous claim. Scotland Yard detectives investigated the scene exhaustively. What evidence are you suggesting they missed? The defense has made a bold claim indeed. Very well, Consul. Present your proof. What evidence from the scene of the crime can tell us about the nature of the defendant's tea? Maybe it is that.
Take that!
What exactly is this piece of evidence supposed to reveal about Mr. Natsume's tea, Counsel? Well, I suspect it may possibly be related to tea in some small way, if we dig deep enough. You'll be digging for a very long time indeed, my learned friend. Oh. Even at the bottom of the deepest chasm. You will find no sense in that absurd assertion. Gah! Sometimes I wish I could disappear down a deep chasm and escape his deep sarcasm. What evidence to see the... Wait, if he was using the... He was using...
Take that!
Good gracious! The soap again? The same bar the victim used to fashion his coins of ice? Yes, that's right, my lord. It's just come back to me. Something about when we first found this bar of soap at the scene yesterday.
It's more bars of soap.
Soap? What are the bars of soap doing lined up on a ledge outside the window? I'm quite certain that when we originally stumbled upon the bars of soap, there was actually a frozen coin in each bar. So you discovered the gas thief's coin factory. Fascinating. In a way, yes, but there's more. The coins we found in the soap at the time weren't normal ice. Oh, now I see. There was nothing strange about them, you mean? Exactly. Something very obviously strange. They were red. The ice was red. No, you mean... That's right. It's obvious to me now. The fake coins in the soap were made from frozen tea. Ugh. What? I would remind the court of a statement made by Mr. Natsume earlier in this trial. That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shamspier's room as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I bought bottled water especially to make it. And this is the result! Never will I touch tea again! Never! Ah, yes. I believe there had been a snowfall that day. It was particularly cold. Sadly, on such occasions, the poorly constructed water mains in the East End are prone to freezing. So, on the night in question, Mr. Shamspear, having no running water to use, was forced to use the tea brought by Mr. Natsume in order to make his fake coins. My word! There were 2 bars of soap on the window ledge when my judicial assistant and I investigated the scene.
That's right, and we only borrowed one of them.
Which means that even as we speak, some of the defendant's tea is still present at the scene of the crime. Frozen solid in a bar of soap outside Mr. Shamspear's window. Extraordinary. Earlier today, Inspector Gregson informed the court that if even 1 drop of the tea remained, Scotland Yard would be able to analyze it for poison. As such, we are now in a position to prove or disprove what has until now been mere conjecture. By finding out for sure whether or not Mr. Natsume's tea actually contained strike 9 at all.
Ugh, you smug Nipponese.
My lord, we cannot do the defendant the injustice of passing judgment now. The police should be dispatched to recover the remaining bar of soap from the scene at once. And the defense requests a thorough analysis of the frozen tea embedded in it, to determine whether or not it contains any poison. Bailiff! Bailiff! Order instruct the police to attend the scene at once. Yes, my lord! Understood! It would seem we have no choice but to suspend these proceedings for the time being. I trust you have no objection, Lord Von Zieks.
None, my lord.
Scotland Yard will recover the tea from the scene and carry off the requisite tests immediately. The trial will resume at the same hour tomorrow. The prosecution and defense may conduct further investigations as appropriate in the interim. Yes, my lord. Well, managed to scrape through there somehow. Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned until tomorrow. Whew. Alrighty. To be continued. And this is definitely a good place to end the stream for tonight, so hope you all enjoyed it. As always, you can follow my YouTube channel, link below to see my past streams. And I'll be back tomorrow to continue playing Omori. So I will see you then. And if you'll stick around, I'll drop a raid. Let's see who will raid tonight. And he still isn't. Let's see. No. Let's raid Wolfled, who's playing Deltarune. So I hope you'll stick around for that. And I will see you all tomorrow. Have a good night and take care, everyone. Bye.